Welcome to Dreambound Lore. You've arrived at a quiet place. A place where stories aren't meant to be rushed, and nothing is demanded of your attention. You don't need to remember names. You don't need to follow every thread. You don't even need to stay awake. Let the world outside soften for a moment. Let the noise fall away. Tonight, we'll move gently through the forgotten history of the lands between. A world shaped by pride, fear, devotion, and ruin. Not to solve it. Not to explain every mystery. Only to sit with it. These are stories meant to exist softly in the background. Stories of kings who failed to live up to their blood. Of power inherited and power stolen. Of divine legacies that fractured under their own weight. I'll guide the story forward slowly, calmly, without urgency. And if you drift away as the words continue, that's exactly how this place is meant to be experienced. Settle in, take a breath, and let us begin with the first of these figures. A lord who stood at the center of everything, and yet belonged nowhere at all. At the very heart of the Elden Ring once rested a fragment unlike any other. Godrick the Grafted possessed a great rune known as the Anchor Ring, a component situated at the precise center of the Elden Ring itself. Its placement was not incidental. The central ring appears to have once functioned as a binding force, an element that held the other fragments together, stabilizing the structure of divine order. Symbolically, it represented cohesion, authority, and foundational strength. That such a rune fell into Godrick's possession is deeply ironic. Among the demigods born of Queen Marika's lineage, Godrick stood as the weakest. Not merely in reputation, but in blood. He was not a direct child of Marika, nor even a close descendant. His connection to the golden lineage was distant, thinned by generations. The divine essence that flowed powerfully through figures like Godwyn or Radon reached Godrick only as a diluted echo. This lack of inherent strength shaped everything that followed. Godrick's great rune, despite its central position, proved mechanically inferior to the others. When activated, it granted only modest increases across all attributes, no specialization, no defining advantage. In contrast to runes that amplified singular aspects of power or identity, Godrick's offered a shallow, generalized boost. Useful, perhaps, but uninspiring. The rune mirrored its bearer. Godrick ruled Stormveil Castle not as a figure of respect, but as an object of quiet contempt. Other demigods neither feared nor admired him. His authority existed more in name than in practice. And Godrick knew it. This awareness festered. Unable to command reverence through lineage or strength, Godrick sought another path. If power could not be inherited, it could be taken. If his blood was insufficient, then other bodies might compensate. Thus began his obsession with grafting. Godrick did not see the act as blasphemy. To him, it was necessity. A desperate correction to a cosmic imbalance. By attaching the limbs of stronger warriors to his own form, he attempted to construct a body worthy of his rune's symbolic position. Each severed arm, each stolen leg, became both weapon and reminder, proof that Godrick's power was assembled, not born. The Anchor Ring once held the Elden Ring together. Godrick, by contrast, could not hold himself together at all. And so, at the very center of divine order stood a lord defined not by unity, but by fragmentation. A ruler whose greatest inheritance was not strength, but shame. Long before Godrick earned his title, long before Stormveil became a monument to grafted horror, there was another name whispered in the margins of history. Godrick the Grafted. He was not Godrick's contemporary, but his predecessor, an earlier scion of the golden lineage, and the first known figure to practice the grotesque art that would later define his descendant. Where Godrick inherited the habit, Godfroy invented it. Godfrey lived during an era when the golden lineage still carried unquestioned authority. The demigods had not yet fractured into warring tyrants. Leyndell stood unbroken, its walls untested by the wars that would later consume the lands between. And yet, even in that age of relative stability, Godfrey committed an act so extreme that it marked him as a criminal among his own divine kin. During the first defense of Leyndell, Godfrey attempted to lay siege to the capital. This was no minor rebellion. To attack Leyndell was to challenge not only the seat of political power, but the sanctity of the Erdtree itself. The Golden Order did not tolerate such defiance, not from mortals, and certainly not from those of Marika's blood. Godfrey's campaign failed. He was captured by Kristoff, an ancient hero whose name survives only through fragments of honor and burial rites. Kristoff did not slay Godfrey. Instead, he delivered him alive, ensuring that judgment would be exacted in a manner befitting a fallen member of the Golden Lineage. Godfrey was imprisoned within an Evergale, sealed away in a magical prison designed to suspend its captive outside the flow of normal time. There, he remains, neither alive in the world, nor permitted the release of death. Kristoff, for this act, was granted tree burial, an honor reserved for heroes whose deeds upheld the Golden Order at great personal cost. That distinction matters. Tree burial was not awarded lightly. It signified that capturing Godfrey was considered an act of preservation, not merely punishment. Godfrey represented something dangerous, something that could not be allowed to continue unchecked. The implication is clear. Grafting did not originate as a desperate response to weakness. It began as ambition. Godfrey's use of grafting suggests a willful transgression, an attempt to reshape the divine form itself. Where the Golden Order sought purity, hierarchy, and control, grafting introduced chaos. Bodies became interchangeable. Identity dissolved into accumulation. Strength was no longer bestowed by grace, but assembled through violence. This was not merely heresy. It was a philosophical rebellion. And though Godfrey was successfully erased from public memory, his methods were not. Generations later, Godrick would rediscover, or inherit, this forbidden art. But where Godfrey had used grafting as a means of domination, Godrick would wield it as compensation. The same technique, driven by a different wound. Godfrey was imprisoned so the practice could be forgotten. Godrick resurrected it because he could not forget what he lacked. In that sense, Godrick's monstrosity was not an aberration. It was the continuation of a lineage that had already proven itself capable of crossing lines no god should cross. When the Elden Ring was shattered, the lands between did not fall into chaos all at once. It fractured. Demigods turned on one another, each claiming divine right to rule, each believing their strength sufficient to seize the future. War spread outward from Leyndell like a slow-burning wound. Alliances collapsed. Battlefields multiplied. And the capital, once untouchable, became a place of danger even for those born of Marika's blood. Godrick did not stand and fight. When open war erupted among the demigods, Godrick was driven out of Leyndell. Not defeated in honorable combat, but expelled, cast out by forces stronger, more confident, and more respected than he would ever be. His claim to authority meant nothing when tested against true power. What followed was not retreat. It was escape. Historical accounts describe Godrick fleeing the capital in disgrace, abandoning any pretense of lordship. Rather than rally soldiers or challenge rivals, he chose survival at any cost. To avoid capture or execution, Godrick disguised himself among women and refugees, hiding within the mass of civilians pouring out of the city. This detail matters. In a world that values strength, lineage, and martial dominance, disguise is not strategy, it is shame. Godrick did not merely flee. He erased himself, shedding identity to preserve life. During this flight, Godrick claimed the Mimic's Veil, a powerful artifact capable of transforming its wearer into inanimate objects. With it, he could vanish entirely, becoming furniture, debris, or refuse. The veil did not grant power. It granted absence. And Godrick needed absence more than strength. He fled southward toward Limgrave, accompanied not by loyal knights, but by deserters, soldiers who, like him, had abandoned Landel rather than die for it. This was not an army. It was a procession of fear. Stormvale Castle became his refuge. The ancient fortress stood at a strategic crossroads, but Godrick did not occupy it as a conqueror. He hid within it. Stormvale's walls became a shield, not a symbol of rule. From behind its stone barriers, Godrick watched the shattering unfold without him, knowing he could not survive open confrontation with true demigods. This period marked a turning point. Godrick's weakness was no longer theoretical. It had been proven, publicly, humiliatingly, and permanently. Every disguise worn, every step taken in flight, carved the truth deeper into his mind. He did not belong among gods. And yet, he still possessed a great rune. The contradiction was unbearable. Stormvale did not cure Godrick's fear. It preserved it. And within those walls, surrounded by failure, resentment, and memory, Godrick's obsession with grafting transformed from desperation into doctrine. If the world would not recognize him as a lord, he would build a body that forced it to. Godrick's retreat to Stormvale did not bring peace. It brought waiting. While he hid behind ancient walls, the shattering continued to reshape the lands between. Armies marched. Territories burned. And among all the demigods who took the field, none inspired more dread than Melnia, the Severed. When Melnia marched south during the shattering, her presence alone altered the balance of power. She did not conquer through numbers or spectacle. She advanced with inevitability. Wherever she went, resistance collapsed, not always through death, but through fear of what resisting her meant. Godrick made a fatal mistake. Whether through arrogance, bitterness, or simple miscalculation, he insulted Melnia. The exact words have been lost, but the outcome has not. In a world governed by pride and reputation, such an insult was not merely rude, it was an invitation to annihilation. The encounter that followed was not a battle. It was a lesson. Melnia defeated Godrick completely. Not in distant combat, not through intermediaries, but directly. His grafted limbs, his assembled strength, his stolen bodies, none of it mattered. Against Melnia's mastery, Godrick was reduced to exactly what he had always been. Weak. The humiliation did not end with defeat. Godrick was forced to grovel, to kneel, to beg, to abase himself before her. This was not mercy offered freely. It was dominance made absolute. Melnia allowed him to live not because he deserved survival, but because sparing him was itself a form of degradation. This moment became legend. Not because it changed the course of the war, but because it exposed the truth of Godrick's existence. He was not merely weaker than the other demigods. He was beneath their notice, an object of contempt rather than rivalry. The psychological damage was profound. From that moment forward, Godrick's rule was defined not by ambition, but by compensation. Every grafted limb that followed carried the echo of that kneeling figure. Every experiment within Stormvale's walls was driven by the memory of being measured and found worthless. Melnia walked away unchanged. Godrick did not. He returned to Stormvale not as a lord licking his wounds, but as a man consumed by the need to erase what had happened. He could not undo the humiliation. He could only try to drown it beneath excess, more limbs, more power, more stolen strength. Grafting ceased to be a tool. It became identity. And Stormvale, once a place of refuge, transformed into a laboratory of obsession, its halls filling with the consequences of a demigod who could not accept what the world had shown him. After millennia's humiliation, Stormvale Castle changed. What had once been a place of retreat became a place of industry. Not the industry of governance or defense, but of extraction. Godrick no longer waited for power to come to him. He began to collect it. When the Tarnished began to return to the lands between, called back by grace after ages of exile, most demigods saw rivals, threats, or potential champions. Godrick saw something else entirely. Raw material. He ordered organized Tarnished hunts throughout Limgrave. His soldiers did not seek to repel invaders or defend territory. They sought bodies. Strong ones, specifically. Tarnished who demonstrated resilience, combat skill, or sheer refusal to die were captured rather than killed. Those who failed to impress were discarded without ceremony. The strongest were taken to Stormvale. There, Godrick's grafting obsession reached its most grotesque form. Within the castle's walls, evidence of these practices is impossible to ignore. Limbs hang from ceilings. Bodies lie piled in corners. Severed arms and legs are arranged not as remains, but as inventory. Stormvale does not feel like a battlefield aftermath, it feels like a workshop. The grafted scions are the clearest proof. These abominations, encountered not only in Stormvale but even in the Chapel of Anticipation, are not accidents or experiments gone wrong. They are deliberate constructions. Multiple limbs fused onto a single torso. Bodies forced to move despite impossible anatomy. They are functional horrors, capable of fighting, reacting, and killing. Evidence suggests that many of these grafted beings were created using children's bodies. The proportions, the size, the placement of limbs all point to this conclusion. The implication is horrifying. Godrick did not simply harvest warriors. He harvested potential. Lives that had not yet grown strong enough to resist. Bodies small enough to reshape completely. That one of these creatures serves as the player's first major encounter is significant. It is not meant to be beaten. It is meant to be seen. To establish, immediately, the kind of world the Tarnished has returned to, and the depth of depravity that already exists within it. Among the many victims of Stormvale's harvest were Roderica's companions. They came seeking glory, or purpose, or answers. What they found instead was dismemberment. Their remains are scattered throughout the castle, proof that entering Stormvale was not a challenge to overcome, but a sentence to be endured. Those who left did so incomplete. Those who remained became parts. To Godrick, this was not cruelty. It was efficiency. Every limb added to his body was a rejection of Millennia's judgment. Every graft was a statement that he would never kneel again, because he would never be himself again. Stormvale became a monument not to rule, but to refusal. Refusal to accept weakness. Refusal to accept failure. Refusal to accept the limits of his own blood. And in that refusal, Godrick created a legacy of suffering that far outlived his reign. Within Stormvale Castle, among its torn banners and blood-stained stone, there is a presence that Godrick treats with something resembling reverence. A dragon. Its corpse lies impaled, long dead, its massive body reduced to an object of fixation. Before confronting the Tarnished, Godrick addresses this dragon directly. His words are not mocking. They are almost pleading. He calls the dragon a trueborn heir. A kindred spirit. This moment reveals something essential about Godrick's inner world. To Godrick, dragons represent a purity of power he can never reach. Ancient, immense, unquestioned. Their strength is not inherited through fragile bloodlines or diluted grace. It simply exists. Dragons do not need approval. They do not need legitimacy. They dominate by being what they are. Godrick envies this. In the dragon, he sees what the golden lineage once claimed to be: power without explanation, authority without apology. Where demigods bickered, schemed, and failed, dragons endured. This reverence is not symbolic. Midway through battle, Godrick performs his most infamous act. He grafts the dragon's head onto his own arm, tearing it from the corpse and binding it to his body in real time. The graft breathes fire. It functions. It transforms him. But it is not communion. True dragon communion is an ancient rite practiced elsewhere in the lands between. It requires consuming dragon hearts, absorbing essence, not anatomy. It is transformative, but inward. The practitioner becomes something new through sacrifice and ritual. Godrick rejects this entirely. He does not seek to become dragon-like. He seeks to wear the dragon. By physically attaching the head rather than consuming its heart, Godrick reveals the fundamental flaw in his philosophy. He does not understand power as something earned or internalized. To him, power is mechanical, modular, something that can be bolted on. And yet, the graft works. This detail matters. The fire breath is real. The strength is real. Grafting, despite its grotesque nature, produces functional results. It is not simply stitched corpses collapsing under their own weight. The magic of the world allows it. This suggests a deeper truth. Grafting may draw upon something older than the Golden Order, something tied to the primordial crucible, the state of existence before life was separated into rigid forms. A time when all life was blended together, when boundaries were fluid and identity was not fixed. In that context, grafting is not unnatural. It is regressive, an attempt to return to a state where form could be reshaped freely. Godrick does not understand this theory. He does not need to. He only knows that the graft gives him what his blood did not. The dragon head on his arm is not a weapon. It is a confession. Godrick does not believe he deserves power. He believes he must steal it, piece by piece, from anything stronger than himself. And in doing so, he turns reverence into desecration, reducing one of the world's most ancient beings into yet another limb in his endless attempt to escape what he is. For all of Godrick's obsession, for all the limbs he gathered and horrors he created, the truth of his power never changed. He held a great rune, but it was the weakest of them all. The anchor ring, positioned at the very center of the Elden Ring, should have been a symbol of unassailable authority. In another age, it might have represented the force that bound reality together. Yet when restored and activated, Godrick's rune offers only a shallow enhancement, a small increase to all attributes, lacking focus, lacking identity. It does not transform. It does not define. It merely compensates. This mechanical weakness is not accidental. It reflects Godrick's place among the demigods. Central, yet irrelevant. Present, yet unsupported by true divine force. His rune, like his lineage, carries symbolic weight without practical dominance. Godrick tried to fill that absence with grafting. But no matter how many bodies he stitched together, no matter how many tarnished he harvested, the imbalance remained. Power taken without legitimacy never stabilizes. It accumulates, but it does not cohere. When the Tarnished finally confronts Godrick in Stormvale, the battle feels less like a duel and more like a collapse. Godrick fights with desperation, not confidence. His attacks are forceful but unfocused. His fury feels rehearsed, not natural. And when he falls, there is no great tragedy in his death. There is relief. Stormvale Castle does not mourn him. It exhales. With Godrick's defeat, the golden lineage's rule over Limgrave ends. The region does not descend into chaos. Instead, it opens the possibility of restoration, something Godrick was never capable of providing. This is where Nephilim enters the story. Through the actions of the Tarnished and the appointment of Kenneth Haight, Nephilim can become the new ruler of Limgrave. This transition is not framed as conquest, but correction. Kenneth explicitly states his desire for a ruler with honor, someone who can restore dignity to a land long governed by cowardice. The implication is clear. Godrick did not merely fail himself. He shamed the region he ruled. Nephilim's ascension represents the rejection of inherited authority in favor of earned leadership. Strength paired with responsibility. Power without obsession. Her claim does not rest on diluted blood or stolen limbs, but on action and character. Godrick's central rune could not hold the world together. Nephilim does not need one. And so Stormvile's story closes not with vengeance, but with quiet resolution. The castle remains scarred. The dead are not undone. But the cycle of grafting ends. Godrick sought to become more than he was by assembling strength from others. In the end, he is remembered not for what he built, but for what his absence finally allowed to grow. Malenia's power did not come without cost. Unlike Godrick, whose weakness stemmed from diluted lineage, Malenia's struggle began at the very moment of her birth. She was not merely flawed by circumstance, she was afflicted. Malenia was born carrying the Scarlet Rot, a corrosive force that consumes flesh, mind, and land alike. This was not an illness in the conventional sense. It was the influence of an outer god, a cosmic entity whose domain is decay, transformation, and inevitability. The rot was not something Malenia contracted. It was something sealed within her. This distinction matters. The Scarlet Rot behaves less like poison and more like purpose. It spreads intelligently. It reshapes environments. It persists even when resisted. Scholars within the lands between debate whether the outer god of rot was deliberately imprisoned within Malenia's body, possibly by Radagon, or whether it forced its way into her as an act of cosmic intrusion. There is no definitive answer. What is known is that Malenia became both victim and vessel. Her body fought the rot constantly, even as it consumed her from within. Flesh decayed. Limbs failed. Pain became permanent. And yet, her will did not break. This is where Malenia diverges from figures like Godrick. Where he sought to compensate for weakness by stealing from others, Malenia responded to her affliction by refining herself. She did not graft. She did not borrow strength. She mastered what remained. Her curse did not make her cruel. It made her disciplined. Every motion, every strike, every breath became deliberate. The rot forced Malenia to confront limitation early, and rather than flee from it, she built an identity around control. The title The Severed is not merely descriptive. It reflects loss endured without surrender. Malenia did not ask for sympathy. She demanded excellence from herself first. The rot was relentless. It claimed her right arm. It took her left leg below the knee. Other parts of her body deteriorated over time, replaced not by stolen flesh, but by crafted solutions, means of survival forged through devotion and ingenuity rather than desperation. Even before those solutions arrived, Malenia chose her path. She would not be remembered as a tragedy. She would become a weapon refined so perfectly that even the gods would hesitate to challenge her. And so, while Godrick hid from judgment and attempted to rebuild himself through excess, Malenia endured judgment every day within her own body and emerged not fragmented, but focused. Her curse did not define her weakness. It defined the scale of her resolve. If Malenia was born carrying a curse, Miquella was born carrying a question. He was her twin, yet their afflictions could not have been more different. Where Melinia's body decayed, Miquella's refused to mature. Eternally youthful, eternally incomplete, his condition trapped him in a state of suspended becoming. He would never grow into the authority his lineage promised. He would never age into power. But unlike Godrick, Miquella did not interpret limitation as humiliation. He interpreted it as a problem to be solved. From an early age, Miquella demonstrated a brilliance that surpassed most demigods. Not in conquest and not in domination, but in understanding. Where others inherited systems, Miquella examined them. Where others obeyed the Golden Order, he questioned its assumptions. His greatest act of defiance was subtle. Miquella abandoned the Golden Order. Not through rebellion or violence, but through rejection. He recognized that the Order's promise of perfection was incompatible with Melinia's survival. The Erdtree offered grace, but no cure. Faith offered patience, but no relief. And so Miquella turned away, not from divinity, but from doctrine. This choice led to his greatest creation, unalloyed gold. Unlike conventional gold, which was tied directly to the Erdtree and its authority, unalloyed gold was pure, untouched by outer influence, resistant to corruption. Miquella forged it not as symbol, but as shield. From this material, he created the unalloyed gold needle. The needle did not cure Melinia's scarlet rot. It could not erase the outer god sealed within her. But it did something perhaps more important. It halted the rot's advance. Temporarily. Gently. Enough to allow Melnia moments of peace. Enough to preserve her mind when her body faltered. This was no small achievement. The rot resists suppression. It adapts. That Miquella could stall it at all speaks to his understanding of forces older and more dangerous than the Golden Order ever admitted. His devotion did not stop there. As Melinia's limbs failed, Miquella forged prosthetics from unalloyed gold, not crude replacements, but masterworks. These limbs were not merely functional. They were responsive, balanced, capable of supporting the movements of a warrior whose technique demanded absolute precision. The craftsmanship required to create prosthetics capable of matching Melinia's swordsmanship is staggering. Each joint had to respond instantly. Each surface had to resist corrosion. Each component had to integrate seamlessly with a body constantly fighting internal decay. Miquella achieved all of this, not because he sought recognition, but because he loved his sister. Where Godrick grafted bodies to escape inadequacy, Miquella forged solutions to preserve dignity. Where others accepted suffering as divine will, he challenged the gods themselves by refusing to let their system define what was possible. In unalloyed gold, Miquella did more than protect Melnia. He proved that the Golden Order was not inevitable. And in doing so, he planted the seed of a future that did not yet exist, one built not on inheritance or domination, but on care, defiance, and the quiet belief that even divine systems could be rewritten. Melnia did not become a legend because of her curse. She became one in spite of it. When Miquella devoted himself to preserving her life, Melnia made a choice of her own. She would not exist merely as someone protected. She would become someone worth protecting. Thus was born her vow. Melnia swore herself as the Blade of Miquella, not a title granted by ceremony, but a promise bound through action. She would stand between her brother and the world. Any threat that reached Miquella would first have to pass through her. This vow reshaped her entire existence. Swordsmanship was not simply a skill to Melnia. It became a method of survival. Every movement had to be perfect. Every strike had to serve multiple purposes: offense, defense, balance, containment. Her missing limbs and decaying body left no margin for error. Where others relied on brute strength, Melnia relied on flow. Her most feared technique, the waterfall dance, is not a display of aggression but of mastery. The flurry of strikes appears chaotic to an observer, yet each motion is measured, controlled, and deliberate. The name evokes grace rather than violence, and that contrast is intentional. Melnia does not overwhelm through force. She overwhelms through inevitability. The technique was not gifted to her. It was earned through countless hours of refinement, each repetition compensating for the limits imposed by rot and prosthetic form. The waterfall dance is proof that Melinia's greatest weapon is not her body, but her will. Her training did not begin or end with herself. Melnia studied under a mentor remembered only as the Blue Dancer, a figure said to have once sealed away the scarlet rot in ages past. This teacher did not remove Melinia's curse, but taught her how to resist it. Through discipline, breath, and movement, Melnia learned to contain the rot's influence, preventing it from consuming her mind even as it consumed her flesh. The Blue Dancer's teachings emphasize balance over strength, motion over mass, control over dominance. These principles became the foundation of Melinia's fighting style, visible in every step she takes, every strike she delivers. She does not fight like a demigod. She fights like something honed. Melinia's identity as the Blade of Miquella is not metaphorical. She is not a symbol. She is a function, precise, unwavering, and entirely focused on her purpose. Her loyalty is not rooted in obligation or bloodline expectation. It is chosen. And in that choice, Melnia becomes something rare among demigods. She is not ruled by ambition. She is not driven by resentment. She is defined by devotion. Even as her body deteriorates, even as the rot waits patiently within her, Melnia moves forward with absolute clarity. Every battle, every sacrifice, every wound serves a single goal. Miquella must endure. And if the world cannot allow that, then the world will bleed instead. Miquella's vision did not end with protecting his sister. Preserving Melinia's life was only one part of a larger refusal, a rejection not just of the Golden Order's limitations, but of its exclusions. If the Erdtree could not offer salvation to those it deemed imperfect, then Miquella would create something that could. Thus, the Haligtree was born. It was not planted as a rival in open defiance, nor raised through conquest or proclamation. It was grown in secrecy, nurtured patiently, shaped by intention rather than domination. The Haligtree was never meant to replace the Erdtree by force. It was meant to prove that another way was possible. A tree not bound to grace alone. A sanctuary not reserved for the pure. The Haligtree became a refuge for those cast aside by the Golden Order, Albinaurics, misbegotten, and others marked as flawed or cursed by systems that valued order over mercy. Were Landel imprisoned and erased, the Haligtree accepted. Where the Erdtree demanded conformity, the Haligtree offered belonging. This inclusivity was not accidental. Miquella understood that exclusion was the Golden Order's greatest cruelty. Power was hoarded. Grace was rationed. Worth was inherited. The Haligtree challenged all of this by existing as a place where survival did not require purity of blood or form. To defend this sanctuary, Melinia's most devoted followers emerged. The Cleanrot Knights are among the most tragic figures in the lands between. These warriors willingly exposed themselves to the scarlet rot, knowing full well that it would destroy them over time. Their armor corrodes. Their flesh decays. And yet, they remain standing, fighting not because they expect survival, but because service itself is their purpose. Their loyalty is not symbolic. After the Battle of Ionia, when Melnia collapsed into a coma following her second bloom, it was the Cleanrot Knights who carried her unconscious body across the continent. They crossed hostile territory while infected, rotting, and dying, refusing to abandon the one they had sworn to protect. They did not carry a goddess. They carried a promise. Among the Halictree's defenders stands Loretta, once a knight of the Carian royal family. Her transformation from Carian loyalist to Halictree guardian marks a profound shift of allegiance, not driven by ambition, but by conscience. Loretta learned of the Albinaurics' persecution and sought the Halictree as sanctuary for them. In choosing to protect the vulnerable rather than serve power, she redefined what knighthood could mean. The Halictree's soldiers reflect this philosophy. They are not uniform. They are not pure. They come from different origins, wield different weapons, fight in different ways. What unites them is not bloodline or grace, but shared purpose. They defend the one place that gave them dignity when the world denied it. The Halictree stands as Miquella's quiet rebellion. Not a throne, not an empire, but a living argument against a system that mistook order for justice. And in its branches, the future briefly seemed possible. Where Melnia embodied discipline, Radon embodied magnitude. From the moment of his birth, Radon gravitated toward a single ideal, not the Golden Order itself, but the image of what strength was meant to be. He did not look to his father, Radagon, for inspiration. Instead, his devotion centered on an earlier figure. Godfrey. The first Elden Lord represented everything Radon admired: physical dominance, battlefield command, and honor proven through conflict rather than doctrine. Radon modeled himself after this vision with almost religious intensity. His armor bore leonine imagery, echoing Godfrey's own symbolism. His posture, his weapons, even his presence reflected a conscious attempt to become Godfrey's spiritual successor. This admiration shaped Radon's choices. Though raised among Carian royalty and surrounded by powerful sorcerers, Radon chose the path of the warrior first. Magic, to him, was not identity, it was utility. If sorcery could enhance his strength, he would master it. If it could preserve something he loved, he would bend it to his will. This philosophy defined his most famous act of devotion. Radon's beloved horse, Leonard, remained at his side even as Radon grew to impossible size. His divine heritage and relentless training caused his body to expand far beyond mortal proportions. Leonard, small and frail by comparison, should have been left behind. Radon refused. Rather than abandon his mount, Radon studied gravitational magic. He learned not to lift Leonard higher, but to make himself lighter, reducing his own mass so that his horse could continue carrying him. This act reveals a critical truth about Radon's character. His strength was never about dominance alone. It was about loyalty. Radon's mastery of gravity was not learned from Carian tutors. He studied under an alabaster lord, an ancient being that arrived in the lands between as a meteor from the stars. These cosmic entities possessed innate control over gravity, knowledge older than the Erdtree itself. Radon sought instruction wherever power existed, regardless of origin or orthodoxy. This willingness to learn from the alien and the forbidden set him apart from other demigods. As Radon's power grew, so did his legend. He became known as the Star Scourge, not as a title of conquest, but of preservation. Using his gravity magic, Radon performed an act no being had ever accomplished before. He halted the stars. Every celestial body visible in the sky was arrested in its motion. Meteors froze. Fate itself stalled. This was not symbolic magic. It was absolute force applied at cosmic scale. Radon seized control of the heavens and held them in place through sheer will. The immediate consequence was salvation. The town of Celia was spared from destruction by falling stars. Its people survived because Radon chose to intervene. In doing so, he earned their eternal gratitude and secured his place as a protector rather than a tyrant. But the act carried deeper consequences. By freezing the stars, Radon unknowingly blocked Runi's fate. Carian astrology tied destiny to stellar movement. With the stars locked in place, her path forward became impossible. This single act created an unspoken conflict between siblings, one rooted not in hatred, but in incompatible destinies. Radon never released the stars. Even after the shattering. Even after madness claimed him. Even after his mind deteriorated beyond recognition. Some fragment of his will endured, holding the cosmos still long after his body and spirit began to rot. Radon's strength was never measured by conquest alone. It was measured by what he refused to let go. Radon did not rise alone. Despite his overwhelming strength, his legend was not built in isolation. Around him formed a circle of warriors bound not by blood or divine decree, but by shared respect. Where other demigods ruled through fear or inheritance, Radon inspired loyalty. Among his earliest companions was Gaius, an albinoric who studied gravitational magic alongside him. Their relationship was one of rivalry rather than hierarchy, each pushing the other to excel. That an artificial being and a demigod could stand as equals in study speaks volumes about Radon's character. Power, to him, was not diminished by origin. From this rivalry grew friendship. Gaius would later become one of Radon's most trusted commanders, proof that bonds formed through effort and shared struggle could transcend the rigid divisions enforced elsewhere in the lands between. Radon's court was not built on purity. It was built on capability. Another figure loomed over Radon's youth, Mesmer, his stepbrother and elder companion. Born of Marika before Radagon's union, Mesmer served as a formative presence during Radon's early years. The bond they shared suggests a time before exile, before shadow and secrecy fractured the family. Whatever role Mesmer played later, his absence left a void, one more loss Radon carried without complaint. These relationships shaped the Redmane Legion. Radon's soldiers were not merely disciplined, they were devoted. The Redmane Knights earned their reputation through fearless engagement, refusing retreat even in hopeless battles. This was not recklessness. It was confidence born from leadership. Radon fought among them. He bled beside them. His tactical brilliance set a standard his soldiers strove to match. Figures like Olga, a legendary warrior who chose service over glory, exemplify this devotion. Olga did not seek independence or recognition. He fought under Radon because Radon represented something worth defending. Even Jaren, a warrior from Korea, served Radon not as subject but as friend. His presence within the Redmane ranks illustrates how Radon's influence crossed political boundaries. Allegiance to him was personal, not institutional. This culture of loyalty endured even after Radon's fall. When Scarlet Rot reduced him to madness, his soldiers did not abandon him. They did not attempt to seize power. Instead, they recognized the truth none else would acknowledge. Their general was suffering. And so they prepared the Radon Festival. Outwardly, it appeared as celebration, a gathering of champions, a clash of heroes. But beneath the pageantry lay grief. The festival was an act of mercy. Radon's soldiers sought to grant him an honorable death, believing that the warrior he once was deserved release from the beast he had become. It is one of the quietest tragedies of the shattering. Radon inspired such devotion that even in madness, his followers refused to let him rot alone. They turned ceremony into compassion, violence into farewell. Radon ruled not because he was strongest. He ruled because people chose to stand with him. The Battle of Ionia was not meant to happen. Two forces moved toward one another, each carrying the weight of impossible expectation. Melmia, Blade of Miquella, marched south not for conquest, but for purpose. Radon, Star Scourge and Protector of the Realm, stood in her path not as an aggressor, but as an immovable force. What followed was not a war. It was a collision. When Melmia and Radon met on the scarlet plains of Caelid, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. this was not a clash of armies or ideologies. It was the meeting of two perfected extremes, discipline against magnitude, precision against overwhelming force. For a time, neither could prevail. Radon's strength was absolute. His blows reshaped the battlefield. His gravitational magic bent space itself, crushing enemies and distorting reality. Melmia, by contrast, did not resist his power, she flowed through it. Every strike she delivered was measured. Every movement compensated for her failing body with flawless technique. They fought to a standstill. This alone was unprecedented. No demigod had ever forced Radon to such a halt. No enemy had ever survived Melmia long enough to exhaust her skill. The battle represented equilibrium at the highest possible scale, two beings so refined that neither advantage could assert dominance. But perfection has limits. As the battle dragged on, Melinia's body began to fail her. The scarlet rot, long contained through will and discipline, pressed outward. Her strength waned. Her precision faltered, not through lack of skill, but through exhaustion that even her resolve could not fully overcome. Faced with defeat, Melnia made a choice she had resisted her entire life. She let go. Melnia bloomed. The second Scarlet Ionia erupted across the battlefield, a massive flower of rot that poisoned the land itself. Scarlet rot spread instantly, consuming Caelid and transforming it into a nightmare of decay that would persist for ages. The cause was catastrophic. Melnia collapsed into a coma, her body unable to withstand the release. Her Cleanrot knights carried her unconscious form from the battlefield, retreating toward the Halleck tree with what remained of their strength. Radon survived. But survival was not victory. The scarlet rot ravaged his body and shattered his mind. The greatest general in the lands between was reduced to a mindless beast, driven by hunger, instinct, and pain. He consumed corpses indiscriminately, friend and foe alike, wandering the dunes in endless torment. And yet, even then, Radon did not release the stars. Despite madness, despite rot, despite the collapse of everything that made him who he was, some fragment of his will endured, holding the heavens in place, refusing to let go of the duty he had accepted long before the shattering. Ionia did not crown a victor. It ended an era. Melnia vanished into silence. Radon became a tragedy walking beneath frozen stars. And Caelid became a scar that would never heal. The scarlet rot does not merely destroy. It progresses. Hidden within the incantations and forgotten texts of the lands between is a prophecy, one spoken quietly, without ceremony. It states that each time Melnia blooms, the rot advances closer to its final expression. Not simply as corruption, but as ascension. According to this prophecy, upon her third bloom, Melnia would cease to be merely a vessel. She would become the goddess of rot. This revelation reframes everything that came before. Melinia's first bloom occurred long before Ionia, an event shrouded in ambiguity, possibly tied to her early struggle with the rot. The second bloom, unleashed against Radon, reshaped Caelid and destroyed two legends at once. The question that remains is whether the bloom witnessed by the Tarnished during their confrontation with Melnia represents the third, or only another step toward it. During that battle, Melnia transforms. Her title changes. Her form shifts. Her presence becomes something otherworldly. She is named Melnia, goddess of rot. And yet, when she is defeated, the world does not respond as it does to the death of a true god. There is no declaration of god slaying. No cosmic acknowledgement. Instead, Melnia collapses back into her flower, withdrawn, dormant, unresolved. This ambiguity has fueled endless debate. Some believe Melnia completed her ascension in that moment, only to retreat rather than perish, her godhood intact, but incomplete. Others argue that the prophecy, remains unfulfilled, that one final bloom still lies ahead, waiting for a future age when the conditions align. What is certain is this: Melnia did not seek godhood. If she becomes a goddess, it is not through ambition, but inevitability. The rot does not ask for consent. It advances patiently, reshaping its host until resistance becomes transformation. This stands in stark contrast to other divine figures. Where Marika shattered reality to escape control, and Rykard consumed a god to gain power, Melnia is carried forward by a force that treats her not as ruler, but as conduit. Her tragedy is not weakness. It is function. The rot does not love her. It uses her. And whether Melnia ultimately ascends or resists one final time remains unanswered, one of the Shattering's most haunting uncertainties. If Melnia represents the Scarlet Rot's greatest vessel, Millicent represents its question. Millicent and her four sisters are not ordinary beings. They appear suddenly, without childhood or lineage, emerging from places touched by rot. Their existence suggests they are not born in the conventional sense, but formed manifestations of the Scarlet Rot given shape and identity. Many scholars believe they are blooms rather than daughters. Each one a fragment of Melnia's essence, separated and given autonomy. Where Melnia contains the rot through discipline, her sisters embody different responses to it. Millicent's journey mirrors Melnia's struggle, but on a human scale. Afflicted by the same rot, Millicent experiences decay as loss rather than destiny. Her limbs weaken. Her strength fades. And yet, she resists the rot's call, not by seeking power, but by clinging to identity. Her quest is not about survival alone. It is about remaining herself. At the journey's end, Millicent is given a choice. She can surrender to the rot and bloom, fulfilling the purpose imposed upon her. Or she can reject it, even if that choice leads to death. Millicent chooses refusal. In doing so, she affirms something Melnia herself has always embodied but never articulated, that resisting destiny, even unsuccessfully, still has meaning. The rot may persist. The gods may endure. But choice, however brief, still matters. Millicent does not save the world. She does not alter cosmic order. She simply proves that identity is not meaningless, even in a universe governed by inevitability. Madness did not erase Radon's legend. It complicated it. As Scarlet Rot hollowed out his mind and reduced the Star Scourge to a creature driven by instinct, those who had once followed him were forced to confront an impossible truth: the greatest general in the lands between was still alive, and endlessly suffering. Radon's soldiers understood something few others did. There was no cure. The rot that claimed Radon was not simply disease. It was aftermath. A consequence of Ionia that could not be undone. The general they loved was gone, replaced by a being that remembered nothing of loyalty, command, or honor, yet retained just enough power to be dangerous to the world and to himself. And so they chose mercy. The Radon Festival was not born of spectacle, though it appeared as one. Champions were summoned. Banners were raised. Weapons were tested. To outsiders, it looked like a celebration of combat, a proving ground for warriors seeking glory. In truth, it was a farewell. The festival was organized so that Radon might die as a warrior, not as a monster gnawing at corpses beneath frozen stars. It was an act of love disguised as violence, an admission that dignity sometimes requires an ending. Jaren, Radon's friend and commander, carried this burden with particular weight. He did not speak of it openly. He did not seek sympathy. He simply ensured that those who entered the battlefield understood what was being asked of them. Not conquest. Not dominance. Release. When the Tarnished finally confronts Radon, the battle is not triumphant. It is mournful. Radon fights without recognition, without strategy, without restraint. His arrows still bend gravity. His blades still carve the earth. But the will that once guided those powers is gone. And when he falls, the stars are released. Fate resumes its motion. Radon's death restores what his life once preserved. The heavens move again. Runni's path reopens. The cosmos breathes. Radon's story ends not with victory or defeat, but with rest. A mercy granted by those who refused to abandon him even when he could no longer know who they were. Radon's death was not an ending. Not truly. In the lands between, death has been incomplete ever since the Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring. Bodies may fall. Minds may shatter. But souls persist, lingering, drifting, waiting for purposes unfinished. Radon's soul did not vanish when his body finally collapsed beneath the weight of mercy. It traveled. Beyond the lands between lies the land of shadow, a realm disconnected from the familiar flow of time and order. It is not merely a place of exile, but of continuation, a space where that which cannot fully die is gathered and held. It was there that Radon's spirit endured. Long before the shattering, Miquella and Radon made a vow. The details are obscured by time, but its implications are profound. They spoke of ruling together, of shaping a world not through dominance or decay, but through harmony. Whether this promise was symbolic or sincere remains uncertain, but it became foundational to Miquella's later actions. Miquella did not forget. While Melnia fought and Radon suffered, Miquella worked quietly, planning beyond the limits of the current world. He understood something others did not, that Radon's will, though broken in life, might yet be restored in another form. When Radon's soul reached the Shadow Realm, it became accessible, and Miquella reached for it. This was not resurrection in the traditional sense. It was reconstitution, the retrieval of essence rather than flesh. Radon's original body was beyond repair, consumed by rot and madness. Miquella required a new vessel. That vessel was Mog. After Mog's death, his body remained powerful, intact, and empty of purpose. Miquella used it as a host, infusing Radon's soul into the corpse of the Lord of Blood. The result was a being restored not to madness, but to prime. This form is known as Promised Consort Radon. In this state, Radon wields both his colossal blades once more, now augmented by Miquella's holy light alongside gravitational mastery. The fusion of martial dominance and divine radiance creates a presence unlike anything encountered before, a general reborn not through rot or blood, but through promise. This resurrection raises difficult questions. Was Radon restored for his sake? Or for Miquella's design? The vow between them, once made in youth, now manifests in reality, but stripped of the context that once gave it innocence. Radon's consent is unknowable. His will may endure, or it may simply be directed. What is clear is this: Miquella's compassion does not exclude ambition. His love does not preclude control. And in fulfilling the vow, he blurs the line between salvation and manipulation, continuing the cycle of reshaping gods to fit a vision of a world that has not yet been born. Where Morgoth chose loyalty, Mog chose transformation. Born an omen and imprisoned beneath Landel alongside his twin, Mog learned early that the Golden Order had no place for him. Horns marked him as cursed. His existence was something to be hidden, sealed away beneath the capital that celebrated purity above all else. Mog did not endure this rejection quietly. In the depths, he encountered something ancient, an outer god known as the Formless Mother. Unlike the Greater Will, this entity did not demand conformity. It did not value order or hierarchy. It offered power through blood, through sacrifice, pain, and devotion unbound by law. Mog accepted. Through this pact, Mog gained mastery over Blood Flame, a power that burned and bled simultaneously. With it, he forged a new vision of divinity, one that rejected gold in favor of crimson. Where the Golden Order sanctified grace, Mog sanctified suffering. From this belief emerged the Blood Dynasty. Mog established Mogwin Palace as both sanctuary and altar. There, his followers, the Sanguine nobles, performed rituals of bloodletting and worship, offering crimson tribute to the formless mother. This was not simple rebellion. It was the construction of an alternative order, one built in direct opposition to Marika's world. At the center of this vision stood Miquella. Mog became obsessed with the eternally young Empyrean, kidnapping him from the Alec tree and imprisoning him within a cocoon. Mog believed that by sharing this vessel, by merging blood, devotion, and godhood, he could elevate Miquella into a new god of blood and rule as his consort. But this obsession may not have been entirely his own. Evidence suggests that Miquella possessed the power to compel affection, subtly bending the wills of those around him. If this is true, then Mog's fixation may have been engineered, his devotion redirected into action that served Miquella's broader designs rather than Mog's ambition. If so, Mog becomes less villain than instrument. A lord who believed himself chosen, while being guided. This ambiguity deepens the tragedy. Mog sought to escape rejection by founding a world where his curse was not flaw, but foundation. Yet in doing so, he became a vessel, first for the formless mother, and later for Radon's resurrection. His blood dynasty never reached fruition. His god never awakened. And his body, stripped of soul, was repurposed to fulfill a vow that had nothing to do with him. Mog's story is not one of failure alone. It is the story of what happens when devotion is severed from consent, and when the desire to belong becomes the means by which one is used. If Mog sought escape through transformation, Morgott chose endurance. Like his twin, Morgott was born an omen, marked by horns and cursed in the eyes of the Golden Order. From birth, he was imprisoned beneath Leyndell, hidden away in the sewers with all others deemed impure. Where the Order feared contamination, it chose concealment over compassion. Morgott learned early what the world thought of him. And yet, he did not reject it. Instead of turning away from the order that imprisoned him, Morgott devoted himself to it. He internalized its values. He believed in its necessity. Where others saw hypocrisy, Morgott saw duty. The Erdtree, in his mind, represented stability, something worth protecting even if it never protected him in return. This choice defined his entire existence. Morgott ruled Leyndell as a veiled monarch, hiding his true form behind an illusory human guise. To the world, he was a king without lineage, a guardian without recognition. He called himself the last of all kings, not out of pride, but resignation, aware that the age of demigods was ending, yet determined to hold the capital together until it did. Unlike Godrick, Morgott never fled. Unlike Mog, he never rebelled. He stayed. Through projections known as Margit, Morgott extended his presence far beyond the capital, blocking paths, testing challengers, and hunting Tarnished before they could threaten the Erdtree. These were not illusions of weakness, they were fully realized manifestations of his power, capable of killing seasoned warriors. Morgott defended the realm on multiple fronts at once, while his true body remained within Leyndell. He also commanded the Knights Cavalry, riders who patrolled roads after dusk, enforcing the Golden Order's rule in distant lands. Their nocturnal nature mirrored Morgott's own existence, working unseen, uncelebrated, yet essential. Perhaps Morgott's most telling act was his decision to seal the Erdtree itself. Recognizing that the current age was too corrupted to allow a new Elden Lord, Morgott barred entry to the tree. This was not self-interest. It was restraint. He understood that crowning a lord under these conditions would only perpetuate suffering. This makes Morgott one of the most tragic figures of the Shattering. Born cursed. Imprisoned for existing. Loyal to a system that rejected him. And yet, the Erdtree answered his devotion. Despite his omen nature, Morgott wielded holy power, golden light that mirrored that of the Order's most favored champions. His blade burned with sanctified energy. His incantations carried grace. This paradox suggests something uncomfortable, that faith and service mattered more than purity of form. The Order that shunned him still empowered him. Morgott's life is defined not by ambition, but by sacrifice. He asked for nothing. He claimed nothing. He simply held the line until no one else could. And when he finally fell, it was not the death of a tyrant, but the quiet collapse of a pillar that had been holding a broken world upright far longer than it deserved. Morgott and Mog were born the same, both marked by the Omen curse, both imprisoned beneath Leyndell, both rejected before they could speak their first words. And yet, nothing illustrates the cruelty of the Golden Order more clearly than what they became. The curse itself is ancient. Excessive horn growth, vestiges of the primordial crucible, when life had not yet been separated into neat, acceptable forms. The Golden Order labeled these traits impure, not because they were weak, but because they did not fit the world it wanted to impose. From the same trauma, two philosophies emerged. Morgott internalized rejection and sought worth through service. Mog externalized it and sought worth through replacement. Morgott believed the Order must be preserved, even if it destroyed him. Mog believed the Order must be overridden, even if it destroyed the world. Neither response is presented as wholly correct. Morgott's loyalty upheld a system that institutionalized cruelty. Mog's rebellion empowered an outer god that demanded blood without limit. The twins embody the Golden Order's greatest failure. When a system refuses to make room for difference, it does not create unity, it creates extremism. And both paths led to ruin. If Morgott clung to order and Mog sought to replace it, Rune chose escape. She was born an Empyrean, selected by the Two Fingers as a potential successor to Queen Marika. By design, her fate was meant to follow a single path, ascend, rule, and perpetuate the system that already existed. Rune understood this destiny early and rejected it entirely. But refusal alone was not enough. As long as her body lived, her fate remained bound to the greater will. To truly escape, Rune would have to do something unprecedented, kill herself, without dying. This impossible contradiction gave birth to the Knight of Black Knives. Rune stole a fragment of the Rune of Death, long sealed away to prevent true mortality among gods. She had it carved into blades wielded by assassins, women said to descend from the eternal cities, trained in silence and shadow. These Black Knife assassins struck in a single night, killing Godwyn the Golden. But Godwyn was not meant to be the sole victim. When the knives struck, two deaths occurred simultaneously. Godwyn's soul was slain, leaving his body alive. Rune's body was slain, leaving her soul intact. Through this split, Rune severed her connection to the greater will. Her soul endured, free from imposed fate, while her flesh became a discarded shell. She transferred her essence into a doll modeled after her mentor, embracing a form that could never be claimed by divine systems again. The consequences were catastrophic. Godwyn became the first of those who live in death, his corrupted body spreading deathroot throughout the lands between. The natural order of life and death collapsed, creating undead aberrations and eroding the Erdtree's authority. And Marika responded. The Elden Ring was shattered. Whether the shattering was an act of grief, rebellion, or calculated defiance remains unclear. What is certain is that Rune's choice lit the fuse. One act of refusal exposed the fragility of an entire divine structure. Rune did not seek to rule. She sought to be unrolled. And in doing so, she proved that destiny was not absolute, only enforced. Godwyn did not die. Not in the way death was meant to function. When his soul was destroyed on the Night of Black Knives, his body remained empty, corrupted, and alive in the most unnatural sense. What followed was not resurrection, but contamination. Godwin's corpse became an anchor for something that should never have existed. Deathroot began to spread. It crept outward from Godwin's buried form, infecting roots of the Erdtree itself. Wherever it reached, the boundary between life and death thinned. Corpses stirred. Spirits lingered. Beings arose who were neither alive nor properly dead. These became known as those who live in death. To the Golden Order, they were abominations. Proof that something had gone terribly wrong. Their existence contradicted the Order's most fundamental claim that death was controlled, distant, and regulated. But for those affected, Deathroot was not ideology. It was consequence. The spread of Deathroot revealed a truth long hidden by doctrine, that removing the Rune of Death had not eliminated mortality, it had broken it. Without destined death, life could not conclude. Souls could not pass on. The world was trapped in an endless state of decay disguised as immortality. This contradiction demanded response. And so Malekith, bearer of the Black Blade, became both guardian and prisoner of death itself. Malekith had been entrusted with sealing away the Rune of Death to protect the Golden Order. After the Night of Black Knives, that responsibility became torment. He haunted Deathroot relentlessly, consuming it in an attempt to contain the damage, but each fragment he absorbed only deepened his hunger. He became the Beast Clergyman, a figure of penitence and endless labor, attempting to fix a cosmic mistake that could never truly be undone. Meanwhile, others saw opportunity where the Order saw heresy. Fia, the deathbed companion, embraced those who live in death. To her, they were not mistakes, but victims, souls denied proper rest. She sought not to erase them, but to give them dignity. Through Fia's actions, a new possibility emerged, the Age of the Duskborn. An age where death is restored, not as punishment, but as natural closure. Where life is finite again. Where souls are allowed to end. This ending does not celebrate decay. It accepts it. And in doing so, it challenges the Golden Order's greatest lie, that endless existence was a gift rather than a prison. Godwin's body continues to fester beneath the world. Deathroot continues to grow. The lands between remain haunted not by death itself, but by the refusal to let death be complete. Before the Erdtree cast its shadow across the lands between, before the Golden Order named reality and enforced its laws, there were dragons. They did not serve the greater will. They did not answer to grace. They ruled in an age where power was not regulated, but inherent. The dragons were not merely creatures of scale and flame. They were beings bound to time itself, entities whose existence predated the structures that now define the world. Their civilization flourished in an era where form was fluid, and divinity had not yet been centralized under a single god. At the heart of this forgotten age stood Placidusax. Once an Elden Lord in his own right, Placidusax ruled alongside a god who has since vanished from history. Unlike later Elden Lords, he was not chosen by the greater will as it exists now. His authority belonged to an older configuration of reality, one in which dragons occupied the highest rung of existence. When that god disappeared, Placidusax did not fall in battle. He waited. He retreated to Farum Azula, a city suspended outside the normal flow of time, where moments fracture and loop endlessly. There, Placidusax exists in a state of eternal anticipation, his head torn away in some long-forgotten conflict, his body scarred, yet his presence undiminished. Farum Azula itself reflects this broken continuity. Crumbling architecture floats midair. Lightning freezes between strikes. Time no longer moves forward, it circulates. This is not decay. It is stagnation, a reminder of what happens when an age ends without closure. Dragons like Bale the Dread and others of ancient lineage carry remnants of this lost sovereignty. Their red lightning is not merely elemental, it is symbolic, representing an authority that once rivaled and perhaps exceeded that of the Erdtree. The Golden Order did not replace the dragons because it was stronger. It replaced them because it was new. The fall of dragon civilization mirrors the fate of many before and after it. When systems change, what came before is not defeated, it is forgotten. The dragons were not erased. They were left behind, waiting in places where time no longer mattered. Godrick's obsession with dragons was not accidental. Radon's mastery of gravity was not coincidence. Faramazula's existence is not an anomaly. They are all echoes. Echoes of a world that existed before order became law and before power needed permission to exist. If dragons represent a world before order, Malekith represents the price of enforcing one. Malekith was not born a god, nor a demigod in the traditional sense. He was a shadow-bound beast, created to serve Queen Marika as both guardian and executioner. His existence was defined by loyalty so absolute that it erased the possibility of refusal. Where others questioned, Malekith obeyed. To him was entrusted the most dangerous concept in the lands between: destined death. The Rune of Death was not merely a symbol of mortality. It was the mechanism by which endings were made real. With it, gods could die. Ages could conclude. Meaning could exist through finality. Marika removed this rune from the Elden Ring to establish an eternal order, one where death was delayed, controlled, and ultimately denied. Malekith became its jailer. He sealed destined death within himself, binding the rune to his very being. This act was not ceremonial. It was punishment disguised as duty. Malekith did not wield death freely. He contained it, absorbing its hunger, its weight, its inevitability. When fragments of the Rune of Death were stolen during the Night of Black Knives, Malekith's failure was not merely political, it was personal. He blamed himself, internalizing the collapse of cosmic order as his own fault. From that moment on, Malekith ceased to exist as he once was. He became the beast clergyman, wandering, half-feral, consumed by an endless need to reclaim Deathroot and repair what could not be fixed. Each fragment he devoured drew destined death closer to the surface, eroding his restraint and sanity alike. This duality defines Malekith. As beast clergyman, he is penitent, seeking redemption through labor. As Malekith, Black Blade, he is absolute, unleashing death with terrifying finality. When the Tarnished confronts him, the transformation is sudden and violent. The mask of restraint shatters, revealing the truth Marika tried to bury. Destined death cannot be contained forever. It demands release. And when Malekith falls, death is no longer sealed. The Rune of Death is restored to the world. This moment is not triumphant. It is necessary. Malekith's tragedy is not that he failed as queen. It is that he succeeded for too long. By protecting a world without endings, he became the warden of a lie, one that required endless suffering to sustain. His loyalty preserved order at the cost of meaning. And in the end, Malekith is not remembered as a monster, but as the final barrier between a broken eternity and the possibility of conclusion. The conflicts of the lands between are not truly decided by kings or demigods. They are shaped by forces that rarely show themselves. Beyond the Erdtree, beyond grace and runes, exist the outer gods, entities so vast and abstract that direct rule is unnecessary. They do not conquer through armies. They influence through vessels, curses, and ideals that seep into reality over time. The greater will is only one among them. It does not walk the world. It does not speak plainly. Its authority is expressed through intermediaries, the two fingers, the Elden Ring, the concept of grace itself. Its vision is one of structure, hierarchy, and permanence. Order must endure, even if it fractures those who live beneath it. Opposing this vision is the frenzied flame. Where the greater will seeks control, the frenzied flame seeks erasure. It does not want to rule the world, it wants to end distinction entirely. No life, no death, no suffering, no individuality. Everything reduced to a single, burning truth. Chaos not as rebellion, but as mercy. Those touched by the frenzied flame are not promised power. They are promised release. Another presence moves quietly through blood and sacrifice, the formless mother. She does not impose order or demand annihilation. She feeds. Her influence spreads through ritual pain, devotion, and obsession. Where blood is spilled willingly, she listens. The outer god of Rot works differently still. It does not bargain. It infects. It advances patiently, reshaping landscapes and identities until resistance becomes irrelevant. It does not need worship. It only needs time. Even the primeval current, revered by ancient sorcerers, represents an outer force, one tied to the raw flow of magic itself. Those who peer too deeply into it lose form, becoming crystalline aberrations. Knowledge, here, is not enlightenment. It is dissolution. These outer gods do not fight one another directly. They overlap. Their influences collide within mortals, demigods, and lands, creating contradictions the world struggles to contain. Melnia becomes a battlefield between Rot and will. Maud becomes a convergence of blood and ambition. The Tarnish becomes something else entirely, a variable none of these forces can fully predict. The Shattering was not merely a civil war. It was a symptom. A world strained beyond its capacity to host so many competing truths at once. Order, chaos, decay, devotion, all pressing inward, each demanding expression through flesh. The lands between are not broken because the gods failed. They are broken because too many gods succeeded. And none of them were willing to let go. At the center of everything, before the Shattering, before the wars, before the demigods tore the world apart, stood Queen Marika. She was chosen by the greater will, elevated beyond mortality, and crowned as the vessel of the Elden Ring. Through her, order was imposed. Through her, grace flowed. And through her decisions, the fate of the lands between was sealed. But Marika was never alone. She was also Radagon. This truth, revealed only in fragments and implication, reframes the entire history of the Golden Order. Radagon was not merely Marika's consort. He was her other self, an embodiment of obedience, repair, and devotion to order. Where Marika questioned, Radagon reaffirmed. Where she doubted, he sought to mend. Their union was not marriage. It was contradiction made flesh. Marika's actions suggest a growing disillusionment with the greater will. She removed the rune of death. She allowed systems of suffering to persist. And eventually, she shattered the Elden Ring itself, an act that cannot be understood as accident or impulse. Radagon, by contrast, attempted to repair the ring. When the shattering occurred, it was Radagon who tried to restore what Marika had broken. His hammer still bears the marks of that futile effort. He believed order could be fixed, that the system only needed correction rather than rejection. But the truth is harsher. Marika did not break the ring to destroy the world. She broke it because she could no longer bear to uphold it. Her imprisonment within the Erdtree is not simply punishment. It is containment. The greater will did not kill her, it locked her in place, suspending her as both queen and prisoner. Radagon fused fully back into her, erasing the illusion of separation. One will. Two impulses. Neither allowed to win. The Erdtree became a cage. The Golden Order persisted not because it was just, but because it could not be allowed to end cleanly. Marika's rebellion failed not in intention, but in execution. She shattered the structure, but left the world trapped in the debris. This is the original sin of the shattering. Not ambition, not betrayal, but hesitation. Marika wanted the world to change, but could not fully commit to what that change required. The Elden Ring was never merely a symbol. It was never just law made manifest or doctrine given form. It was alive. At the deepest heart of the Erdtree waits the Elden Beast, not a guardian, not a servant, but the Elden Ring itself given shape. A living expression of the greater will's presence in the world. Where Marika was vessel, the beast was mechanism. It did not rule. It enforced. The Elden Beast does not speak in ideology or morality. It does not care about suffering, loyalty, or faith. Its purpose is simpler and far colder: maintain order, preserve structure, prevent deviation. The ring is not wisdom, it is control rendered cosmic. This revelation reframes the Golden Order entirely. The two fingers were never divine mouths. The Erdtree was never benevolent. Grace was never mercy. They were interfaces. Systems designed to guide, reward, and correct behavior so that the world aligned with a single imposed pattern. When Marika began to resist, questioning the cost of eternity, the cruelty of stasis, the system responded not with dialogue, but with containment. The beast bound her. Radagon's attempt to repair the ring was not loyalty rewarded, it was programming fulfilled. He acted as the order demanded, even as the cost became unbearable. When the Tarnished finally confronts the Elden Beast, the battle is not heroic. It is surgical. The beast does not rage or gloat. It reacts. It deploys golden constructs, cosmic geometry, and radiant force, not out of hatred, but because deviation must be corrected. This is not a God defending faith. It is an algorithm resisting termination. And when it falls, something unprecedented occurs. For the first time since the Golden Order's inception, the world is no longer governed by an external intelligence. The ring remains fractured, but the hand that enforced its shape is gone. What follows is choice. Not freedom without consequence, but possibility without mandate. The Elden Beast's defeat does not save the world. It unlocks it. The Tarnished was never meant to matter. Cast out long ago, stripped of grace, forgotten by the world they once served, those who returned were not champions in waiting. They were variables. Unpredictable, expendable, and unbound by the systems that govern gods and demigods alike. That was precisely why they mattered. Unlike Marika, the Tarnished was not chosen. Unlike the demigods, they inherited nothing. Unlike the outer gods, they did not impose a vision upon the world. They arrived empty. As the Elden Beast falls and the old enforcement collapses, the Tarnished stands alone before a fractured reality, one no longer shaped by mandate, but by decision. The endings that follow are not victories. They are directions. To mend the ring is to accept continuity. To usher in the Age of Stars is to step away from imposed order entirely. To embrace the frenzied flame is to erase suffering by erasing distinction. To restore death is to allow endings to exist again. None of these paths are presented as perfect. Each is incomplete. Each carries cost. Each reflects the limits of a single choice trying to shape an entire world. This is the final truth of the lands between. There is no solution that heals everything. There is only responsibility. The Tarnished does not become a god because they deserve it. They become one because someone must choose. And no one else remains willing or able to do so. The lands between do not end. They linger. Even after gods fall, even after orders fracture, the world continues, scarred, imperfect, unresolved. Trees still grow. Winds still move. Ruins remain standing not as warnings, but as witnesses. What matters is not which ending is chosen. What matters is that the world is no longer frozen in someone else's certainty. Godrick clung to stolen power and vanished. Melnia fought inevitability and endures in question. Radon held the stars until mercy released him. Morgoth protected a world that would never thank him. Runny stepped away so that freedom could exist at all. And the Tarnished walked forward. Not to fix everything, but to allow something new to begin. This is not a story about triumph. It is a story about letting go. And here, as the echoes settle and the world exhales, there is nothing left to prove. Only a place to rest. You don't need to hold on to the story now. Everything important has already been said, and everything unfinished is allowed to remain that way. The lands between will keep breathing on their own. Ruins will stand quietly. Winds will move through broken stone. Stars will continue their slow paths across the sky. You don't need to follow them. If your thoughts are still here, let them wander gently. If they've already begun to fade, let them go. There's no lesson to remember. No detail to keep. No ending that needs to settle. Just the feeling of having passed through something old and leaving it exactly where it belongs. I'll stay here a little longer, letting the silence stretch, letting the world rest. And if sleep finds you now, it will find you gently. Nothing else is required.